Pet owners in Juneau, in order to prepare for emergencies here, the first thing I think is to understand the hazards that they face. Where you're located, you might be facing a very different kind of hazard than where your friends or family in Juneau. So the first thing is to gain a basic understanding of what hazards your family and your home are facing. We like to have your pet's information on file, including a photo of your pets so we can identify them, connected to your information, your contact information, phone number, address, full name, etc. We also like, with dogs in particular, they need to be licensed as per city law. Cats do not need to be licensed, but in both cases, having them microchipped is very, very helpful for us to identify who a particular pet is that we might encounter and who that pet belongs to and where its home is. Microchipping is one of the services that we offer here in our veterinary clinic. If there's an evacuation, a person's first and best option for where to take their pets is a friend or family member that is familiar with them and their family and familiar with their pets and has appropriate safe housing to temporarily provide them in the case of an emergency. So one of the best things to do to prepare for possible emergencies is to get in contact with those kinds of resources you may have in your life in the local area of Juneau, in particular ones that may not be facing the same hazards that you face. To accommodate people and their pets at those mass shelters, and those shelters are Dryden and Centennial Hall, depending upon the situation. If those are not able to accommodate someone and their pets, we do provide emergency safekeeping resources and services here at Juneau Animal Rescue, and that is entirely space dependent. It's all scary for a lot of pets. There aren't many cats and dogs out there that adjust immediately to those kinds of changes. So it's important to know your animal and know what kinds of risks it might pose to other people and other animals in those situations. And one thing we advocate strongly for people is, if you have, in particular, a reactive dog that becomes a little nippy when it's fearful and stressed, is to train it to, this is called a Baskerville muzzle. And these are fantastic because they come in different sizes. So you size it to your dog's snout, and they attach to a collar so they stay really fixed on their face, and they can do all their normal activities with one of these Baskerville muzzles. Some fearful cats, just like some fearful dogs, will nip. Some fearful cats will run and hide in the deepest, darkest corner of the house and become virtually impossible to grab. So the only thing you could really do in those cases is anticipate that and try to get ahead of the cat and get it into, like, for instance, get it into a soft carrier using its favorite treats and start comforting it in there ahead of the scary moments when everyone is frantically trying to get out. If you have an emergency regarding one of your pets, please do not call 911. Call JPD Dispatch at 586-0600. The best way to get in touch with Juneau Animal Rescue and Juneau Animal Control and Protection during an emergency is calling JPD Dispatch. We have animal control officers on call for emergency situations 24/7. The JPD Dispatch officers will put your call through a filtering criteria to determine whether it does meet our emergency criteria, and the number for JPD Dispatch is 586-0600. One of the best ways to prepare yourself, your family, and your pets for an expected emergency is to pack a go bag. A go bag is essentially a waterproof container of a kind of your choosing, whether it's a bucket or a dry bag, that contains all the equipment that you need to keep your animals safe if you lose your housing for the next, we advocate 3 to 7 days is the time span typically that it takes to rehouse someone and to get them access to those resources again. So if you think about all the things your animal uses and needs in that period of time of 3 to 7 days, you need to be able to kind of condense that and pack that safely into a bag that you can quickly grab and take with your family and your pet to safety, and make sure that allows you to either pass off that animal and the care of that animal to another agency such as Juneau Animal Rescue if you're doing a safe keep with us, or it allows you to shelter in place at a new location and take care of that animal even if you're cut off from typical resources such as Petco, such as safe drinking water, all the other amenities that we're used to on a day-to-day basis, plumbing, electricity, etc. So I have a sample go bag here that I've packed for sort of a generic cat and dog family, one cat, one dog family. And as you can see, you can easily fit enough items for one cat and one dog into a decent sized backpack here for 3 to 7 days of care. And I'm going to go ahead and unpack this and go through each of the items to talk through why we would want to include each of those in a go bag. So this is just a dry bag that's converted into a backpack, and it doesn't have to have puffins on it to work, but the important thing here is that it's a dry bag, so I can roll the top and seal it, and then if it's a flooding situation and there's a water rescue and this dunks in the water, it's not going to compromise everything inside. Everything inside is going to be safe because the top will be sealed. The first thing I'll point out is that if you have a small dog or a cat, it's really great to have one of these soft carriers. These are very portable. They can double as backpacks with these straps here. So you can literally have a family member carrying a dog or a small dog or a cat on their back during an emergency, and it makes everything so much safer and easier for the animal and for that person. And they also, for cats, this is wonderful, they also double up as a bed and a hidey hole for that cat. That cat's gonna be scared probably during this whole situation until you get rehoused. And when cats are scared, they like to hide in, as we said before, deep, dark places. So this provides an option for them to hide. And you can cover it with a towel. So I like to bring a towel. So when that cat really wants to hide, you can let it tuck away in their little soft crate, and it becomes a cave for them, and they feel much safer and more secure. Having that with you in any sheltering situation is going to do wonders for that cat. It's easy to reach your hand in there and comfort the cat if you need to, give them some treats. For dogs that tend to be a little bit reactive, I have a Baskerville muzzle. It's fitted to your specific dog. These do require, for some dogs, some training, some practice for the dog to get used to it. But since you can give a dog treats through the muzzle, it's quite easy for food-motivated dogs, especially, to train them to these. There's probably some great YouTube or online video references on how to train a dog to a Baskerville muzzle, and we do have these available here. The next item I have in here is just some generic bedding that has the dog's scent on it, or the cat scent in that case. It's something they're used to use as bedding. And so you can lay this down in any dry place and they could hopefully make a bed out of it, and they'll associate it with their home, and it'll help ease their mind a little bit and help them with some of the fear and anxiety. Right, this item is really important, and it's in a Ziploc bag for some double extra protection from water damage. This would be all of the paper records for the pets that I'm evacuating with my family. So for both the cat and dog, I'd have up-to-date vaccination records in here, especially for rabies. Microchip numbers if they're microchipped, which we strongly advocate. Photos, and the photos ideally will be of the animal and family members, so that if people and animals are separated, or you're in a situation where you need to pass off the animal to someone else to take care of, in case there's any confusion, it would be easy to relocate and reunite the animal with the family, and then owner contact information. I have a bunch of portable food and water dishes. So these are great. These pop closed and are very compact, and you can, they usually have clips so you can hang them if you need to. And then when you're ready to use them for food or water, they pop open. Having a couple of these on hand is, I think, really valuable. If you don't have these, you can use just standard food and water dishes. The metal bowls are just fine. They take up a little more space, but these are nice and compact. This is why I like them. And then I have food for the animals. So this would be food for the cat. Ideally, these would be labeled with the cat's name and an amount given per meal or per day. I just use these old Talenti jars because for our dog, for instance, we know that with each meal we give them half a container. So one container is 1 day for our dog. Our cat just eats when she's hungry, so it's a little more variable. So here I have, since our dog does 1 Talenti jar per day, I have 3 days worth. We advocate keeping 3 to 7 days worth, depending upon the situation and how quickly you think you're going to be able to have access to resources and rehousing. I would say go with what your animal is familiar with and what your animal is comfortable with. Switching food quickly on an animal for many animals can cause GI upset issues, and really one of the last things you want to be dealing with in a sheltering situation is diarrhea. So go with what your animal's familiar with, keep it simple, and keep things as familiar as possible. It'll also help reduce some of that stress for that animal. And along those lines, one of the things I really like bringing are the animal's favorite treats. So the cat really likes these squeeze tubes. Well, this is actually the only way we can get our cat out of those like deep dark recesses of the house when she's hiding in the eaves, is using one of these. So that tells me that this is a really great way to comfort her when she's stressed. And our dogs really love these stick treats. So know what your animal likes and stick to that. So figuring out like their absolute drop dead favorite treats is really great in times like this, because that'll help take their mind off of the stressors around them. And when they're eating their favorite food, as we all know, it can go a long way to reducing stress and fear. Of course, if they're eating, they're going to be doing the other thing as well. And if you're in a shelter situation, you want to be able to keep the environment clean. So having a good handful of dog poo bags is really important for just sanitation of your sheltering environment, wherever that might be. And also just as a courtesy to your neighbors, because you might be in a situation where you're really densely packed with a lot of other people. And on the cat side, that means having a 3 to 7 day supply of kitty litter. So just like with the food, I put these in Talenti jars and get a sense for how much your cat goes through in a day. One of the nice things about cat litter is that if the cat is used to a particular litter, you could change the container on it and it'll still go because it's trained or acclimated to that litter type. So what I have thrown in here is a go bag litter box, which is literally just one of these cardboard boxes from, I think it held cat food cans, folded up. And I can unfold it and I could pour the litter in here. And I'd probably want to put something absorbent underneath it, like a wee-wee pad. So it might be good if you're using this to also bring an absorbent wee-wee pad, which I forgot to pack in here. But I would just put the litter in here, and the cat would hopefully recognize that as its new litter box and do its business. And then this all can go out, dumped in the trash. So I like this. Is really compact and portable. It's quick and easy in a hurry, in a pinch. Most litter boxes are not, like standard litter boxes are not really very portable for emergencies. So this is a good alternative, I think. You can also use the lid of like an action packer or a tote, that kind of style of thing, a plastic lid as well. So each of these bags should have the animal's name on it. So these are just generic examples, Fido, Fifi, and should have some instructions regarding how often they receive the medication, and how the medication is administered, and what times of day they receive it. And the bottles should be labeled too, so it's clear which medication goes to which animal and how frequently it's administered and when. I have a collection in here of extra leashes, just in case, an extra collar, just in case. I really like these martingale collars. A lot of people don't use these, but they're fantastic because if a dog is scared and pulls on this collar, it'll pull at this point and tighten, and it won't be able to back its head out of the collar. So it prevents the dog from slipping its collar over its head. So for dogs that tend to try to do that, tend to try to back out of their collar, or especially dogs that have a small head and a big neck, there's certain breeds that are prone to this, these are absolutely fantastic in scary situations. I absolutely love them. They're called martingale collars. I have a couple of dog toys. These are a couple of my dog's favorite toys. And you know, they might even just be a scrap of a toy, but if that dog loves that, if that's what helps it feel safe and familiar and with a new situation and want to play and kind of get out of its fearing and anxiety stage, then that's what you should grab and have ready to go. And sometimes squeaky toys are all it takes for some dogs to kind of switch into a playful state from their fear and anxiety. And I also have a harness, a spare harness, and for a dog. These can be really helpful in an emergency because it makes it much easier to pick up a dog or grab a dog that's kind of trying to run off with one of these. It's a lot safer with one of these than with a collar. If you've like dropped a leash, for instance. And this is actually a harness for a cat. So if your cat is trained to a harness and a leash, that might be really helpful to have packed away in a go bag as well, so that the cat can have a little bit of freedom in a new setting. If you're in a shelter environment, then your cat's options for where it can roam may be very limited if you don't have it trained on a harness and a leash. So I know most cats are not probably trained on a harness or a leash, but in these kinds of situations, I think it could be really advantageous to give that cat a little bit of chance to safely explore with your supervision and with your eyes on safety, because it may not be able to get out of its pet carrier otherwise. And then last but definitely not least, in certain kinds of emergency situations, we may lose access to potable, safe drinking water. So having a supply of safe drinking water for your family and for your pets is really important. It's also going to be the heaviest item in your go bag. One thing to keep in mind with the go bag is that this is something you ideally have packed and ready to go at any point for any kind of disaster you might face, but some of the items in here do expire. So this is particularly important if you have wet cat or dog food. Dry dog food takes a lot longer to expire, or dry cat food takes a lot longer to expire. Throwing some desiccant bags in is not a bad idea, but just make sure that the animals don't eat them, obviously. This for instance, this expires, last month. It is important to check those expiration dates and cycle things out that do expire. Most of the things in here you wouldn't have to worry as much about. One thing that I would advocate is, since we don't all really have the luxury of just keeping spare prescription medication in a go bag, just in case, is instead of keeping prescription medication separately in your go bag ready to grab, putting a sign on your go bag that says grab the prescription medication, so that when you're grabbing your go bag, you remember also to quickly grab the prescription medication and stuff it in there, and then you can sort out the details of labeling it later once everything's settled, because it really isn't necessarily advantageous to just keep a separate set of pills that you may never use in your go bag. But having that reminder on the go bag will be tremendous if you have a chance to grab those. It'll save you a lot of hassle in the coming days. The way I see a go bag is it's something that everyone should have packed for both their human family and their pet family. If you feel that you're at any risk of having to evacuate for any kind of disaster scenario, and we're all at risk. Let's face it, any of us can face a fire at any point, for instance. So having something you can grab really quickly and that helps assist in a safe and effective evacuation for your family, I think is tremendously valuable.
We're heading up to Mendenhall Glacier today to do a drone survey of Suicide Basin, and also going to service a couple of GPS receivers that we have up there. And we are doing the drone surveys to try and understand how the basin is changing over time and how much water is in there at this particular moment.
Look like it's melting out. I wonder if we should just land over here.
And the GPS receivers are to try and understand how much ice is flowing into the basin, which is part of understanding how the basin is changing over time. This is a steam drill. It is basically a pressure cooker. So we've got a little propane canister connected to if I open this up, it would look like a camp stove. And then there's just a container that has a seal on the top. So we're building up enough pressure to turn it, to get a lot of steam. And then once we have enough pressure, we can send the steam through the hose and then drill into the ice using that steam. And then the idea with that is we can attach, or we can put poles into the ice and attach the GPS antenna to that. So we got enough steam coming out of the steam drill, and I'm just going to stand here for about 10-20 minutes while it drills downward. It's shooting steam into the ice. We can get down to like 15 meters with this. We'll put in 3 poles, and then there's going to be a wood platform that goes between the poles that holds the GPS antenna. And then with the GPS receivers, we can get an idea of how fast the ice is flowing in and how that's changing over time.
Start operation.
We're out here on Mendenhall Glacier flying a drone survey over Suicide Basin, and we're trying to understand how the Mendenhall Glacier ice dam is changing over time as it's calving into Suicide Basin. So we come out here every couple of weeks to fly a drone survey, which we turn into a digital elevation model of this glacier, the calving front, and the basin itself to keep track of the topography and the water level. It's a pre-programmed flight path that it's basically just flying back and forth, kind of like mowing your lawn. It takes approximately 2,000 pictures of this entire scene. We stitch those 2,000 images together. We're trying to keep track of how the basin is enlarging over time. So go back to 2010, and this side basin was entirely filled with ice and didn't have any volume to fill up with water seasonally. And so over time, this calving front that we're standing on Mendenhall Glacier has slowly retreated towards us and has allowed more and more of the basin to fill with water annually. What the drone surveys actually allow us to do is look at the icebergs above water level, and we can then estimate that approximately 10% of the icebergs are above freeboard, and so we can estimate the ice volume in the basin and the water volume in the basin. And over time, over many years, the trend has been more water and less ice. So that is part of why we continue to do these drone surveys, is to keep track of new icebergs calving into the basin and try to provide as accurate of estimates of water volume as we can. The more real-life data you can plug into your numerical ice flow models, the better they'll perform. So that's the goal in the next 2 years, is to collect as much ice velocity and melt data as we can, and then use historical data sets to kind of calibrate these flow models, so we can say with more certainty how long Suicide Basin is likely to be a problem in coming decades.
We're below Mendenhall Bridge. We're really on the downstream side of an area we call our measurement control. What I'm doing today is I'm putting in and mounting pressure transducers, and it's a level logger, and what it basically does is once water comes in contact with it, it samples every 15 minutes and it measures the pressure head above this sensor, and we'll convert that to a unit of feet. Top-notch engineering here. We tend to put bigger bolts in. We've kind of learned over the years, these rivers like to eat things. This will just verify the top of that water surface, which is really important. We want to know that where the top of it is at every one of these points, because that defines the slope. And then what we do is we tie it to a datum. We'll tie this to a datum which is on the bridge, which everyone works off of. And so we'll do this at several different cross sections downstream, and then we'll continue upstream. Really what we're doing is we're just measuring as much as we possibly can through the flood. And to do that, we have both mechanical systems, and we also have Doppler radar systems that we put in the water. They're really good at high velocity. We can hold it from the bridge on a tethered rope. We just go back and forth and do cross sections. It's quite something, and it works really well. The channel changes. It's constantly evolving. Really, 2023 flood, it definitely blew out the walls, you could say, a little bit, and definitely cut down. It scoured deeper. we noticed it, but it really wasn't until the 2024 flood that it really redefined our upper end. I mean, we had to build a new rating. It really was a significant change. Things don't stay static in nature, and so that's why everywhere we go, every 4 to 6 weeks, we measure, so that we're capturing those changes over time.
you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up, but we'll just get going here. Time is 9:06. It is Tuesday night. We've got a full crew here. Again, we're here 24/7 watching everybody and watching the river. No new changes. We're still forecasting updated crest time of 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Wednesday, a crest height of 16.25 to 16.75 feet. We will go over major flood stage, which is 14 feet here near 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. Wednesday. We expect to go over major flood stage. We're watching the lake closely to see if we need to change or adjust our crest timing. We're also working with the Alaska River Forecast Center as well. So we've got 5 eyes on this thing. We're fully staffed up, and we'll keep up pushing updates if we know something. You all know something. Other safety considerations watching these cameras. We're seeing the big trees getting swept down the river. So we're going to urge everyone to stay away from the river. The Backload Bridge is closed now. Just follow information and from the city and local leaders. This is an evolving situation. We're watching it. But again, the biggest change is that crest time. It's going to be around 8 a.m. to noon Wednesday of 16.25, 16.75 feet. So we'll keep watching it through the night. We're watching the Mendenhall Lake gauge very closely and seeing if we can adjust that timing. But really, that's all we have right now for you. We're here. We're watching it. If we know something, we'll push that information out as quickly as possible. So thank you.
what would they do to prepare, especially here in Juneau? One, put together a go kit. Have their medications for 3, 4, 5 days. Have food for their pets. Have a plan. Where are they going to go? Do they have friends that they want to go to? Pay attention to if a shelter opens and they're willing to go to a shelter, where that shelter is located at. Talk to their friends, talk to their neighbors. What are they going to do? How can they help them? They could prepare their house a little bit. You know, they could get some of their more vulnerable things up off the floor. They could put them on a top shelf. They could be ready to leave earlier than they might otherwise so that they could get their car out of the flooded streets. It's one of the issues that happened last year. Second question is, what should they do if the Weather Service issues an alert? Pay attention. Don't think it might not happen. Err on the side of caution. And if their circumstances allow, get out. You know, if it's going to crest at noon, you know, find a friend, go buy coffee, go to a restaurant, something like that. If it's going to happen in the middle of the night, find a Red Cross shelter. Find somebody that can take you in. Be mindful of your pets, and make sure you take them so you're not worried about them when you have to leave a home. You're not leaving them behind. And make sure in that to-go kit, cell phones, cell phone chargers, medications, toys for the kids, food for your pets, you know, blankets. If you got a favorite pillow, Red Cross does not have the best pillows in the world if you're going to sleep in a cot, I can guarantee you. And you could load your car with some of that stuff if you get a warning. If they say in a day or two, you could put that stuff in your car. So when you get in your car, you don't have to load up the car. That's an extra 15, 20, half an hour, depending on what you want to do. And then make sure they keep track of the information that's coming out from the news, from the Weather Service, from the Red Cross, from the state, from the city. City's going to be sending out alerts. National Weather Service is going to be sending out alerts. Don't ignore those. You know, you can be skeptical, but err on the side of caution. And it doesn't hurt to leave. If nothing happens, it really is painful and hurts if you don't leave and something bad happens and you can't get out. I would recommend that if they get a warning, they find a place to go. They try to time so that they can get out. If you get out 2, 3, 4 hours earlier, then maybe they would suggest no harm, no foul. If you try to get out 3 to 4 hours later, there may be harm. So I would just say be cautious, pay attention, and just don't assume that everything will be okay, but have a plan so that you know you will be okay no matter what happens.
The best go-to for anybody who needs resource or wants to get involved with the Red Cross is to either call 1-800-RED-CROSS or go to our website, redcross.org. The Red Cross has multiple preparedness programs. We work on a 3-step disaster cycle: preparedness, response, recovery. Some of our preparedness programs include Be Red Cross Ready. There's 3 main steps: make a plan, have a kit, stay informed. One of the ways that you can stay informed is to download our emergency app, and that will allow you to track any local shelters in the area. It will allow you to look up alerts in loved ones' areas or in your own area, and then it will also give you some tips based on the disaster for how to respond appropriately. So there's those 3 main steps: make a plan, have a kit, stay informed. But then depending on the disaster, there might be some special things you want to consider. Like a flood, you don't want to go in floodwaters. In a winter storm, you might need to have extra fuel or things on hand. So disaster specific. And I believe you can also look by need. So different people are going to be impacted by disasters differently. If you have access or functional needs, you need durable medical equipment. It will also kind of help you think through what are some of the considerations for my family, my personal needs. Maybe I have pets. What are some considerations for pets in my kit and my plan, and make me more able to be prepared and move forward.
I would just reiterate to the individuals that are going to hear this, or they need to be prepared. They get prepared by paying attention, getting their go bag together, know where they're going to go, have a plan, and execute that plan, and really pay attention to what's going on around them. Red Cross would call that situational awareness. Do we know what's going on? Do we know where we can go? And then don't be afraid to pull the trigger and work your plan. Do it. Don't just sit around and say, well, it won't be that, it won't do this, it won't do that. It will never harm you to carry out your plan. And that's the best message I can leave. If people need help during a disaster, find the Red Cross shelter, find a Red Cross service center, find any agency, basically. Please don't hesitate to come. Don't be afraid. Come check us out. If you don't decide to stay, fine, but at least you've made some contact and you know that we're there. Even if you don't stay in a shelter, we can provide you information. We try to stay on top of what other services are available. We can, talk to them. They don't need to be in a shelter to get some financial assistance if they qualify.
Yeah, so our app is free. We have lots of free apps to download. We have pet first aid, we have human first aid, we have emergency app. So make sure you get the app that you want for your family. So with our emergency app, like my mother lives in Colorado, I've put in her area code and I put in my area code. So in the event that a wildfire or storm happens in her area, I can say, Mom, get your stuff together, get the dog together, and then I will find you a shelter. And so then I can look and I can find the closest shelter and help guide her that way. And so the app, you can put in different area codes that are important to you. If you're traveling, like I had friends who were going to Denali last week, and I was like, have you paid attention to the fires happening? You can set for your location and find shelters and resource that way.
The Red Cross provides a lot of services to people who are caught in disasters. Our first role generally is sheltering. We provide comfort, we provide medical care, we provide a safe place to sleep, a safe place to get away from their homes if their homes have been damaged or threatened to be damaged. From that, then we try to meet their needs in order to get them back either in their home or in a stable place. The role is, if people leave our shelter, we want them to be stable for 3 to 6 months in a stable situation. Luckily, most of the people in Juneau move back into their homes. Places I've been in, tornadoes and floods and hurricanes, people have not been able to move back in. So the Red Cross provides the kind of services and advice and referrals and direct care that people then can find a place to move to be stable for at least 3 to 6 months. We provide during that time healthcare services. We evaluate their healthcare. We provide medication if they lost it. We provide glasses if they lost it. And then also we'll provide some financial assistance at some point. And if it's a large disaster like the fires in Los Angeles, the fires in Maui, there will be long-term recovery assistance in the sense of being there for them, providing additional financial resources. If they need to come into a shelter, they're suffering maybe the worst day of their life. And we need to be there so that they know that they're safe, that they're comfortable, they can relax a little bit, and then we can try to provide services. If people want to volunteer, first thing people want to do in a disaster, they're not affected, they want to volunteer. It is fine to call the Red Cross. It's better than just showing up. Showing up makes it harder to manage because we don't know if they have any skills. We don't know if the skills match the needs. So what the Volunteer Center did last year was they kept a whiteboard. I need mucking out. I need somebody to move sheetrock. I need somebody to haul furniture out. I need somebody to remove debris. You get volunteers You know, I can provide lunch, I can provide dinner, I can provide shelter, I can take care of a pet. I can muck out under somebody's house. There will be all kinds of people that will want to help. We have a term that we use and FEMA uses called event-based volunteers. Those are volunteers that show up. Some of those convert to long-term volunteers. Some are, I'm here, I can do 2 hours today, and otherwise I got to go back to work. If you can find something for them to do, that's the trick. Can you do that? As far as the Red Cross, go to redcross.org. On there is this thing called volunteer. Click on that. Look at the information there. Apply to be a volunteer. Go through the process. And we can always use volunteers.
update for the Mendenhall River. Our doorbell just went off. Excuse us. Mute. So we're still highlighting the same thing we've been highlighting the last few hours. We're expecting a crest of 16.25 feet to 16.75 feet sometime near 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Wednesday. One threshold we will cross near 1 a.m. this morning. We're going to go past 14 feet around 1 a.m. So it's 11 o'clock right now. The next 2 hours, we're going to hit major flood stage. And then the next step is the crest sometime between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Wednesday. Some major things going on. We're seeing big trees being swept downriver. We've issued a marine weather statement to warn mariners of additional trees in Stevens Passage and Lynn Canal from the river. So just if you're going on the water, keep an eye peeled for big trees, lots of debris in the water right now, vegetation, things like that. The back loop bridge is closed. And for everyone else, we're going to be updating our webpage or our social media every 2 hours, and we're going to be updating our webpage every hour. We know something, you're going to know it. So stay tuned to that weather.gov/Juneau, the Suicide Basin page. One item is our overnight lows tonight are going to be near in upper 40s, mid 40s. So it's going to be pretty chilly tonight. So keep that in mind. Other than that, that's all I have on the update. We're watching the rate of rise on the Mendenhall Lake gauge to see if we need to adjust our forecast at all. But right now, our message remains consistent. We're going to cross 14 feet major flood stage near 1 in the morning, and we're going to be cresting 16.25 to 16.75 feet sometime 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Wednesday. That's all I have. We're here 24/7, all of us through 7 a.m. If you need something, please call 907-790-6824. We're here to help. So thank you. That's all I have.